Oh, hold on. There we go. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to what might be the first of many possibly regular streams. Shocking, I know. We're going to be continuing this campaign that we started off playing. I think it's been at least a month at this point. Started right at the beginning of the 1.3 beta, but now, of course, the beta itself is actually done. It has been released for I think a few days at this point. Actually, don't remember exactly when it was released. But anyway, we're going to continue this campaign because we actually did quite well so far, and I didn't really expect to have this much fun playing Genoa, mostly because I didn't expect to make this much money. But we're doing quite well. So I want to continue this campaign, continue being our merchant republic in the Holy Roman Empire, at least up until the point where, well, I'm not really too sure what's going to happen with the Guelphs and Ghibellines. Since we are actually not the leader of the Ghibellines? Really? Okay. I really thought I was the leader of the Ghibellines, but alright. I think I should be. But I guess it kind of depends. Yeah, we should be. Next month we should become the leader, I think. Well, anyway. Once we finish the Guelphs and Ghibelline situation, we do have the opportunity to request the Kingdom of Italy title, but since we're not a monarchy, I'm not entirely sure how that is going to work out. I guess we'll find out. So, while we wait for people to join in here a little bit longer, I'll say good afternoon to Moth and Faillord and M. Pichersk. And who else do we have here? Lolang and Stalindale RP and Crocodile. Welcome in, everybody. It's not going to be too long of a stream today, and when I say that, I mean that it might just be like 4 hours instead of the usual 6. So, ooh, too bad, I guess, right? It's not going to be as long as my usual streams. I think I'm going to do a little more of these, or a few more of these slightly shorter but more frequent streams, which is kind of what I'm planning to do this week. That's why I made an actual schedule. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Boo, I know, sorry. Only 4-hour long streams this time. Anyway, where we left off on Genoa last, I kind of don't remember, if I'm being honest. I think we just finished a war with Milan, which is why we still have this stuff in the north that we're trying to integrate, this stuff over here. I think also maybe because of the antagonism, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And I think, yeah, we have a fresh truce with Milan, so we did just finish invading them. We're gonna get rid of that spy network. We'll get rid of that too. And I'm not too sure what I want to do next. We have been controlling Constantinople. We do have our little subject in the former Byzantine Empire. They are instrumental for us because I think they contribute quite a bit of trade power to us. I think, or trade capacity. If we check over here, yeah, we're making like 14 ducats. That's a pretty decent amount of trade. Pretty decent profit, I think. So we're going to continue our trade maxing, as it is very profitable for us. That's why we're making 80 ducats of trade income per month. In particular, a lot of that trade income is actually coming from our trade with Alexandria, over here, this market. And I think it would be very nice if we could go ahead and expand our trade capacity in the market itself. Because if it's this profitable to trade between our two markets, then why not see if we can make some more, right? Good luck. When do the Italian wars start? Eager to see the new updates. I think low-lying is right. It's around the 1500s maybe, so we'll see how that goes. The title of Republic of Italy is anti-HRE? No. Surely. I think they should just make us an elector, and then that binds us to the HRE, right? Surely. Surely we won't get booted from the HRE for becoming a really big republic. That would be kind of mean. Does EU5 have a standard of living like in Victoria 3? No, but I think at some point they're planning to rebalance the way that pops demand goods to make it sort of similar. So it's not really going to be a standard of living, but I'm pretty sure they're planning to make it so that, like, if pops have more wealth, then they demand more goods. So kind of similar, maybe? I don't know. Because I think the way that it works now is that every pop of a certain class, of like a pop type, has a certain set of demands depending on like what's available in the market. I don't really know how to show that if I'm being honest, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works, and if I'm wrong, then somebody's going to correct me. Now, I think we're not really in a position to continue fighting. Our levies are kind of depleted. We do have these mercenaries, but I'm probably going to get rid of them soon. They're going to expire. Although... okay, hold on. Something just passed, and then... we have a petition to pass something else. What is this? Holy Roman figurehead? Yeah, sure. Why not? Pops demanding certain goods like the Anno games? I mean, kind of, in a sense. I think it's just like if your pops are of a higher tier, like the nobles are gonna demand more stuff. So maybe. I guess we can check by going to like demography, going to nobles, and seeing like, do you have your needs met? Kind of hard to tell, actually. Yes, you do have your needs met. Yeah, so like they demand certain things, a lot of things. And so if you don't have them, then they get upset. And if you do have them, then they don't get upset. They're also a really big part of like how we even make money. So I'm pretty sure one of the reasons that we're even able to make so much money with Alexandria is because we're importing a bunch of stuff that our nobles want. Oh, it would be good to check that, actually. If we go here and we go to... That's not it, right? Or we're not just importing... Yeah, no, we're not just importing a bunch of stuff here. Or just sugar. No, we're importing a bunch of other things. So sugar's one of those things. We're importing weaponry too. Cotton, copper, firearms. Sorry, we're actually exporting a lot of things. We're exporting paper. We're importing sugar. We are exporting firearms, and we're exporting horses and weaponry and that kind of thing. Yeah, so because our nobles in particular, I think, they really, really want sugar, right? Pop demands for sugar, nobles, clerics, burghers. Because there's demand for it, then we import it, and that makes us a bunch of money, so that's cool. Of course, it's not just for us. We are also importing stuff for other people's nobles, which is making us money. And we're just going to keep on building a bunch of marketplaces here because they really are the thing that makes us the most money, I think. Also, I'm pretty sure I just had a spy network in Verona. But I don't think I can actually use that spy network. So maybe that was just really dumb of me. Maybe. Because I was going to use it for these guys. Because they're a subject. But I don't think I have a CB I can make. That was a terrible idea. I was going to say, you're generally not treating imports as a source of profit. Exports are profitable. Import to export is also basically Also possibly profitable. Well, yeah, that's the thing. For us, it's profitable because it's just the money we make off of taking something from one market and selling it in another market. So in terms of being profitable for us, it is profitable, but it is also like our pops aren't the ones making the things, so we don't get the tax income, we just get the trade income. It's mostly because our pops are kind of laser focused on very specific things. Also, what did I give you? Granary Town? I don't know about that one. But we'll fix it later. So yeah, our playthrough as Genoa has been kinda chill so far, to be honest. We don't have to worry about too much. We are wealthy enough that if anybody attacked us, we could hire a lot of mercenaries. In fact, what I should probably do is make sure I keep a little bit of money, just in case. We'll take the bottom option, I guess. What I should do, actually, is decrease the cost of court just enough that I'm getting, like, minus 0.1. Because sometimes you do get events like that where it bumps it up for free. I think we also need to make sure the patricians like us. I don't know if I want to give them anything, but... Actually, no, I want to revoke land rights from them. Because I don't like this progress towards land. Yeah, I want to push more towards naval. Actually, since we're naval... Can't I pick up... Yeah, I can get harbor administration. But I don't know if that's worth picking up yet, because it doesn't really impact us too much. Like, sure, we have some things over here, but it's not like we really have enough maritime presence, and this stuff is not really worth too much. Our entire country is basically a city with surrounding areas. Basically one city. Well, the theory is supposed to be in the game now too, right? They are, yes. I think they've been there since the beginning, maybe. Yeah, the nobles also do have a good naval perk, which is why we gave it to them. I think the only reason why I wouldn't pick up... Well, maybe I'd pick up naval administration instead of this. Because this is okay. But the naval administration could be a lot more useful. It's tough. In terms of our expansion, I mean, we really should look at, like, who we're going to invade next. So it's going to be pretty much anybody who is not in the Ghibellines. We also have a limited window here because we're going to end the situation pretty quickly. So if I'm going to invade somebody, it's probably going to end up being Pisa. They're not too difficult to fight. We don't have... Well, okay, I was going to say we don't have too much antagonism, but it's kind of bad. Maybe we just hold off for now. Florence wants military infrastructure expansion. Sure. Fine by me. Yeah, and then these mercenaries are pretty much done on their contract anyway. I think what I really needed to do was get more manpower. I think it's kind of a main issue for us. Oh, do I not have that yet? Okay, what am I researching? Okay, armory is coming up soon, that's why. Okay. Tuscany always ripe for the picking? Sometimes. Usually when I'm not this high in antagonism. But sometimes. You could probably speed 5 this too. Can I play this game slowly? I could probably speed 5. I'm not trying to have the most impressive Genoa run ever. Although, maybe I should... Yeah, maybe I should build some more boats. Get rid of these fishing boats. These guys can go back here. And we have 2 lights and 20 galleys. I think we said the barks are probably worth it a little bit. Because per sailor, they actually have more maritime presence. So I'm gonna build a few of them. Or I guess 1, because they're actually really expensive. I forgot about that. You know what else is expensive? All that stability. Let's not do that. And then let's maybe bump up the equilibrium for the patricians a little bit. Actually, when's the next parliament? That kind of matters. Soon? Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is go to the nobility here. And we're going to say, hey, actually, we don't want to give you land rights because I don't want the progress towards land. And you also disenfranchise the peasants a little too much. We'll probably go after this too at some point. But afterwards, I'll probably give them elaborate court life. That's a pretty easy one to give them. Did Pisa get annexed? It looks like they did. Maybe? Yeah, they did just get annexed. I mean, they were a subject of Florence anyway, so it's kind of expected. Going to take us a very, very long time to fix up our levies. It was a pretty bad war that we fought. Also, it's really funny, we managed to pass Holy Roman Figurehead. The HRE is... the Emperor's basically defanged. Also, I think I would like a special circle privilege. Thank you very much. Milan being the next Emperor? This is going to be peak cinema. It's actually going to be kind of cursed. Because if we decide to... like, we're on the side of the Ghibellines, right? So we support the Emperor. But if the Emperor's Milan, we're going to invade these guys. So that's going to be a little bit awkward. I feel like the targeting for these objectives kind of changed a little bit. Like, I don't know why we're building up so much presence here when we don't have much in the capital. Or in the capital region. Is the noble privilege that gives +5 discipline worth it? I mean, kind of. It depends. In this case, for example, it might be worth it only because the nobility don't really have that much power to begin with. So we could actually give them this privilege. And the discipline is really useful. They also, like, since they don't have that much power, it's not doing too much for them. So, sometimes yes. In the early game, if you give this privilege, it's just going to give them a lot more power, and you kind of don't want that for most countries. Especially because if you give the nobility too much power, then it reduces your ability to tax them. And if they have a lot of power and your peasants are disenfranchised, then that means they just take all of your money. Oh, hi, Sprite-Mon. Wait, am I allied to you? Oh, shoot, I'm allied to you. I didn't even think about that. Huh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay, maybe what I'm going to do, let's get rid of that. Maybe what I'll do instead is I'm going to put this back actually. And we are actually going to take Lucca. But it's going to be with a Parliament CB. Speaking of Parliament... actually, let me start Parliament real quick. What am I picking up here? Ooh. Antagonism decay for 10 years. Well, that's not passing. This is fine. So what we want from the patricians is to remove their land rights. I think. Yeah, we're gonna do that. And then you guys can have elaborate court life. And you know what? On top of that, I might even give them a second privilege. It's not really the estate power that was the issue, it's the peasant disenfranchisement. Kind of wanted to fix that. So we can give you something else as well. Not sure what, though. We could give you elite council. Yeah, that's fine. Then we're gonna bump that up. So the patricians should be happier. We should be getting more taxes from the commoners because they're more enfranchised. And we should also maybe get more taxes from the patricians because they should be happier on average. Jing video was very good. I'm glad people liked it. It was extremely painful to make, and I'm not too happy with the outcome still.
Hey Quabit, long time fan, first time catching you live. How do I win at EU5?
I'm Isapogon. Thank you for the 10 months in the King's Guard. How do you win at EU5? I wish I knew. I know how you don't win at EU5. Okay, if you don't want to win, boot up the game and select a tag in Manchuria, and then have fun. Also, why do I have the spy network in Aragon? Probably a holdover from a previous war. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Somebody's fighting. It's a little bit concerning. Okay, anyway, I actually am going to fabricate this CD. It's going to make everybody in Italy angry when I do this, but that's okay. We're gonna go after Lucca. Pretty profitable city, making a whole bunch of money. And that money should be mine. Problem is, we have very few levies. So we're gonna have to build up a little army here. We're gonna have to gather some mercenaries. How many troops do you have? Also, you like me. Oh shoot, you like me way too much. That's unfortunate. $2,000 professional troops, really? So at the very least, we're going to want to recruit a minimum of like 2,000 professional soldiers. Ooh. I don't know if I have the money for that. Okay, we're gonna sit on that for a second. Also, some of my subjects don't like me. Can't imagine why. I am stealing their trade advantage. Have you been using your government bonds to hire mercs and declare crazy wars? I believe the interest is about half the rate of a regular loan. I have not been. I should be looking into that, though. 5% interest. Not an excellent interest rate. And besides, this is like half a year of income. Not a particularly large loan. Would you say the interest rate is interesting? Well, it's been that guy. Mods, tie the shoelaces of all the shoes in his house. Mods, make sure his AC stops working at the hardest time of the year for 1 week straight. Oh, right, I have to transfer infinite money to the circle members here. I forgot that was kind of my job. Yeah, I'm actually not going to do that. But I will do this, though. There you go, everybody's happy. A financial grant from Peruzzi. Really? You're telling me the bank is requesting a bailout? No. I'm not giving you any money. Okay, if I don't give somebody money, I'm pretty sure they're just going to keep asking until the trust or whatever is completely drained. Like every month there's going to be another request and this is just going to get closer to zero. Which is not great. Other than that though, I think we should be able to hire some mercenaries. Ooh, we could get 4,000 of them. That's not too bad. Let's wait until we have a little more money. Speaking of which, yeah, I'm not paying you. That's too bad. Could request a cardinal seat, actually. Although I don't think that does very much for me. I think it just lets me pick one of these buttons, right? Never mind, Curia actions are blocked. And we in fact do not need a cardinal. But I think we could still use one for something. I think if we have one, then we can support somebody, I guess? I don't know. I mean, what else am I going to use this on? Why not?
We out here Quab in our bits. Also the Ching video made me sad. Hurts to see your home region get butchered in a Paradox game the 10th time.
Thank you very much, Moth, for the 18 months in the Squire membership. Yeah, the Ching situation is, it needs to be reworked. It needs to be looked at again, maybe. And I'm always open to the possibility that I was just playing it wrong in every possible timeline. But I don't know, I feel like I was doing kind of what you were supposed to do. Or it's like suggested you're supposed to do. The Ching situation is crazy, true. Okay, they keep on harassing me for money. I don't think I have an option, I'm just gonna have to pay them. Whatever. Not you, because I'm about to go to war with you, actually, so, no. But you... sure. Yeah, whatever. We are going to get our next levy, actually. That might be useful. There we go. We will call Florence into this, maybe. It's a tough one. Because I'm afraid they're just going to occupy this. And then I won't get to have it. Also, that's a lot of bailiffs. Makes me wonder if I should build bailiffs. Maybe in the Dye's location. Because that is a lot of money. You can have a bailiff. But I think that's it. Unless we have something really good over here. No, okay. I do not want to see a part 2 on Qing. Not because the video is bad, but because the game is bad. I feel like I would enjoy playing, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but I could probably play another part of Qing. It would just be extremely tedious. But I think it's doable. It doesn't matter how much I insult Luca, they like me too much. They've received too many Imperial grants, so they love me. It's cooked. Alright, well that's kind of unfortunate. That's too bad, really. I don't know what to say to that. We're gonna hire mercenaries. We'll get like a 36-month contract. I think we can extend it even if like if the contract's about to expire. I think we can extend it anyway. So, but I think this should be good. Hold on, I have frozen. How long have I been frozen for? Okay, we're good. Yeah, anyway, we're gonna get these guys here. And then I tank my stability. And I will call Florence in, but not yet. I enjoy the video a lot because I tried to play the the same campaign, but totally gave up trying to understand how to unite the tribes the legit way. Okay, it's actually not too difficult to do it the legit way. It feels kind of unnatural. Because you know that your goal is to form Manchu. Well, let's start with, like, if you don't know what's going on, if you don't really know what you're supposed to do, and you just sort of look at forming Manchu and you're like, okay, I need this much territory, I need, you know, this and that and what have you, and then at the end, what you get out of it is that you get to form Manchu, and you also get to have your new government type. Isn't that nice? Everybody loves that. And then on top of that, you get to use the Red Turban Rebellion CB. Now, if you're a new player and you're looking at that, like you don't know what's happening or what to do, you probably assume that you are supposed to form Manchu very early. You probably assume that the Red Turban Rebellion CB is restricted outside of the Red Turban Rebellion. And you would be right. So it seems like Manchu needs to be formed early game. Also, am I doing something stupid here? Hold on. Aren't you raising mercenaries? Yes, you are. So you'd be right about that. The thing is, if you do it the legitimate way, it takes longer than the Red Turban Rebellion. Also, it might be stupid, because we're going to have to fight them here. So the game kind of encourages you to do it quickly, but the mechanics don't allow you to do it quickly, which is where it gets a little bit complicated. Also, where are these guys? Don't tell me you're here now. Of course you are. Well, it's fine because we're getting insanely lucky rolls. But anyway, if you want to unify the tribes as Manchu, or in Manchuria, then what you have to do is you have to pass a lot of the laws until you are 75% towards centralized and sinicized. So those tribal privileges / laws in your confederation help push you to become more sinicized and more centralized. And once you're at 75, then you press the button that's like unify the tribes or whatever. And what happens is, like, half of them, or maybe more, are going to become vassals under you, and the other half are not, so you have to basically go and conquer each one. Does the Red Turban CB go away once the rebellion ends? Yes. So once the actual situation is over, you don't have access to that CB. I confirmed that today by loading up the game again, just to be certain, because somebody left a comment sort of asking the same thing, or it's more like they kind of assumed that I was wrong about that, and said like, oh, well, you know, I'm pretty sure you can just use a spy network and get the CB, right? So I double checked in my test campaign, and it is not the case. In my test campaign, I played until 1440, and I became the number 9 great power, big economy, like 80,000 levies, and at that point I'm like, okay, I'm going to invade China. At this point, China has 1.7, I think, 1.6 million troops. So it's definitely an uphill battle, no matter how well you've played for the first 100 years. And you basically have access to 2 real CBs. The first one is the Mandate of Heaven. You get access to that one. And that's like a 50% conquer cost reduction. And the other one you get access to is the Hegemon one. Take down Hegemon. Because by the time you are done forming Manchu, they will already be a Hegemon, so you just get to use that CB if you want. But those are the 2 like useful CBs you get access to. The Red Turban Rebellion CB is gone by that point. Also, what I should do is pull Florence into this, because I'm now sieging the capital that I want, and I'm going to bring my ships over to here to blockade. How does one play this game past this year? Basically, you have to pick a country that has pretty much no interactions, and you just sit there for a long time doing nothing. Yeah, if you want to play the game past this year, you have to play the Aztecs. Elevate a country in a circle. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Sure. Gotta keep the circle happy. Just to be sure. You're not gonna screw me over, are you? I'm just gonna take this, just to be sure. Maybe I don't take that, just to be sure. Never mind. That's a big stack. Not a big fan of that stack. Oh yeah, Venice is here. Do I even want to fight Venice? Does this blockade mean anything to me? I don't have a naval battery. I just have a protected harbor. When do I even get naval batteries? Or you know what I mean. Coastal forts, here we go. Yeah, I need these. That is annoying. What is the move here? Okay, Florence, are you attached to me? No. You kinda need to be, though. I really, really need you to attach, because we should attack this guy, and then we should group up with your other troops, and then we should attack this guy. So Florence, if you would. That's the wrong direction, Florence. That is not the right way to go. Okay, you know what? I'll follow you. Sure. Where are we going? Are you gonna group up with your other troops? No, you're just gonna walk past them. Excellent choice. I wonder if for some countries, can I just ask you to become a subject? Probably not. What about you? No, because I have too many subjects. I kind of forgot that people don't want to become your subject if you have too many subjects, which is weird. Maybe they feel like they won't be treated specially enough. You know what, maybe this isn't even a bad move. Maybe Florence is making the right call here. Because now we can do this too. So we get rid of that army, get rid of this army, get rid of this army too. Maybe, hold on. I now think this is a bad idea, Florence. You had a good idea for like 10 seconds, but that's it. I don't know about that one. This also does not give me confidence. Okay, never mind, we are fine. Rest in peace, the Venetian Navy. The rest of you can... not blockade. You know what, we'll just put all of you in here. Hope you know what you're doing, Florence, because we need to catch up and help you. Hopefully I don't lock in and then die in the next 10 seconds. Wouldn't it be super funny if I died in the next 10 seconds? Wouldn't that be really funny, guys? Okay, somehow we did kind of get there on time, but not really. Oof. No center column. Why do I have no center column? We don't feel like being in the center today? What's up? Oh, there we go. Okay, I've had worse fights. Let's see. So they give you a temporary CB to do the historical takeover thing, but it is time limited, so if you fail to rush, you just don't get a CB. You don't get, like, the red turban one, at least. Like, that's still limited to the actual situation. So... I think so? Because the thing is, at some point, I think in theory, China does get a another crisis in, like, the Age of Discovery. So I think the theory goes you're supposed to wait until that happens and then you can invade them again, but I don't think it gives you access to the Red Turban Rebellion CB a second time. I don't think it does. Maybe it does, but... I don't know. Maybe what you're supposed to do is take the Mandate of Heaven and then, like, the crisis... Well, no, because then that'll end the crisis of the dynasty, right? Or am I crazy? I don't know. Like, if you take the Mandate too early. And the crisis ends and now you're just fighting regular China. Should just start a situation to take over China as the Manchu? Yeah, maybe. Maybe once you form Manchuria, it's like, uh-oh. The Jurchen tribes are looking a little iffy. They're trying to take over China. Maybe there's like a whole situation for that. Or like there should be. Yeah, because then you're right. Then the timing won't really matter too much. I'm gonna go back to sieging this, actually. Even though they are sieging this, I think there should be something that'll distract them away from the siege at some point. Kind of relying on that, because they did get there pretty quick. Isn't there a button to detach prisoners? There really should be. Whatever. Where is everyone? Hello? Enemy troops, hello? Yeah, I guess we should do that. Enemy troops. Hello, enemy troops. Yeah, I gotta pay infinite money. I'm a little bit concerned about Florence taking this. Although, I think they might have fixed the AI a little bit between EU4 and EU5 in the sense where if you have something as an explicit war goal that you want to take, I'm pretty sure the AI will not occupy it, maybe? Maybe? I'm really hoping so. Hey Corbett, don't have the time to stick around right now, but watched the Tiger Monk VOD yesterday, and if you decided to binge full MNR playthroughs consecutively, I'd be so there for it. I very well might. I'm not too sure how much I like the way that I'm doing streams right now, which is that I will play like one thing, basically like once a week. Because it means that the campaigns take a really long time, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just like focus on one thing for 1 week. Also, this guy's... Hold on. Can I make the daughter the heir, please? She's kind of goated. These are insane stats. Oh, right, but it's Doge succession. Meaning it only allows males which rule for life. So when he dies, it doesn't mean that Yeah, like she can't even get elected actually, so never mind. Florence, please just give me this. I think what I can do is disband and then re-raise my levies. And maybe we'll have enough to, like, take over this fort. Ooh, that's not that many levies. I thought I had more. Never mind, that was a terrible decision. Florence, if you take this, I will have to declare war on you. Please don't do it. Huh? Oh, I didn't even notice. I got like 70 pop-ups. My bad. Okay, fine. Yeah. We'll have somebody marry somebody, okay? Listen, just that you can stop sending me these. Sure, whatever. Peace with Padua. Where are you? Yeah, sure. You know what? Maybe we'll never even get the opportunity to actually take this fort. Who knows? Oh. Okay. Is that like just you? Okay. Not really too sure what's happening here, but okay. I can tell you what's not happening here. This siege. Give it up for number 4, maybe number 5 attempting to siege, a 35%. Number 6, keep them coming. Let's go for number 7. Beautiful. Do I hear number 8? Number 8 on a 35%. There we go. Okay, can I please have this though, please? Thank you. I would like to have this. Thank you. Alright, that took forever. Anything else I don't really care about? That's not true. I'm gonna take the Venetian possessions. Now I think that's it. So all of that goes to me, I think. I really wish we had a little, what's it called? Like a summary of all the things down here. Kind of like an EU4, where it's like, oh, it's going to give this, this, and this, and this to Genoa, and then it's going to do this, and this, and this, just to make it a little bit more succinct. Anyway, that works. Take Ragusa as a vassal. Don't think that's happening, because I haven't sieged the capital. Don't worry, we'll fight Venice independently at some point. Well, actually, now that I think about it. We should do that. And I should siege that. The contract is coming up soon, but we should have enough time to siege Reza. As long as nobody shows up to try and kill me. Please, 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 please don't kill me, please. I just want one little city. Please. Thank you. A little risky. I'm just gonna take a look down here, you know? I'm going to observe the capital. I cannot observe the capital. Okay. Because I kind of want to step on it, but I don't know if there are troops there. So it's kind of risky. Well, they don't have that many troops. Hopefully there's nobody here. Let's go. Okay, now we can take what we want and a little bit of money. Oh, also, actually, never mind. We don't need the money. Because you have nothing compared to what we have. So instead we could take some of Dalmatia, I guess? Does that make people angry? Maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, that'll do. They're not there, look below. Oh. Okay, that works. Now, what do I even do with these islands? Because I can't build trade offices in my own territory, right? It's a little bit silly, kind of. Of course, no historical subjects. Alright, I guess I'll make some subject in here to manage my assets in Greece. Maybe? I mean, Venice, they made a couple of subjects, right? Like, that's one of their subjects, I think, was in here. No, they just have these as cores. Okay, well, I don't get to have those as cores because, yeah, we're not actually accepting Greek culture. So we should probably make a subject. It's not going to be a very good subject, but... Let's see, what has the most money? Silk, fish, iron. Put your capital in here if we can. And for some reason I have cores here, so we're just not going to touch that. But yeah, then we're going to have to make another subject over here. Don't we love that? Don't we love having 17 subjects for very small places? Because everybody's going to revolt. Maybe they won't revolt. No, they will. It just hasn't updated yet. Okay, yeah, we're gonna hand out subjects. That's fine. I feel like maybe with subjects, what they could do for creating custom ones is that you actually just get a bunch of territories together and you release them simultaneously as one subject instead of making it so that it has to be one state. And then manually giving them a bunch of stuff. Kind of like in a peace deal, when you take a bunch of territory, what you do is you just kind of, you know, you select a bunch of things and then you ask for it. So maybe for a subject, what you should do is select a bunch of territories and then click the release as subject button. Maybe let you name it too. Now, with Byzantium, I should make you Catholic, I think. They're not going to like me, but that's fine. Probably fine. Okay, now the mercenaries are expired. We do want to build a few armories, so that we can actually have manpower. Maybe not up here. Maybe just here. Oh yeah, what do people think about this? They have some fairly strong opinions. Okay, well, it's not like everybody hates me. Just need to improve relations a little bit. They're probably fine. My main concern right now is actually the Ottomans. The truce is coming up kind of soon. I don't remember if they declared war on me last time, or if I declared war on them. But this is not a great position to be in. Oh yeah, speaking of the Ghibellines, it seems Naples has left for some reason. Okay. I would actually like to ask for Imperial support, but who's the Emperor? Oh, it's Milan. That's pretty funny. Okay, so I might actually just invade these guys. Maybe. How long is that truce? Interesting. I feel like I never get the debate that I want when I want it. Like, so often I get the whole, let's build more roads project, that parliament issue. I'm thinking right now, I would love to build a couple of roads. So of course I don't get it this time. Well, urbanization's not a bad idea. It's in a marble location. Marble's kind of mid. Although it's just not done being integrated, that's the only issue. How about laws? Yeah, you know what? We'll swap over to Navy audits. And if we pass, then yeah, sure, we'll do that. Speaking of our values, okay, we are pushing towards naval, that's good. Might be time, chat. Might be time to swap off of this and pick up the harbor administration. Why Taiho, rather. Loved the Ching video. A lot of people coming in here from the Ching video today. I'm surprised people liked it because it was kind of unsatisfying. I would not consider it my finest work. But yeah, we're gonna pick this up. I was thinking, wait a minute, what if I actually had an event that needed that thing? But I don't think so. In fact, surprisingly few of these events have actually fired. Like the fate of Gazoria. That's because Constantinople has not fallen. So, because the Ottomans don't have it, that means that we'll never have to worry about this stuff, which is kind of cool. You know what else I should do? I should give my subject here... I should give them more territory. I should take Greece. And I should invade Byzantium. Again. Problem is, I have no real justified way of creating a CB, so we're gonna have to wait for Parliament again, or... I don't know, I'll figure it out. Have you considered maybe people liked it because it was a good video that gave criticism, applicable solutions, perspectives, and overall hope? Nah. Maybe mostly because a lot of the time, when I have complaints about Paradox games, I kind of take the default position that I'm probably just playing it wrong. Like, I assume that I'm probably the issue here. So, I do feel a little bit stupid whenever I give any kind of criticism. Wonder if maybe I could get this passed. I'm gonna try a little bit. Support free subjects. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Make the patricians upset? Well, I do like upsetting the patricians. I do like rage baiting the nobility. If a game gives an option to play as any country, then everyone should be enjoyable. Well, controversial take. I don't think all of them should be playable and enjoyable. I think the vast majority of the core experiences should probably function. And then, as they give more attention to each individual region, then you add more playability to a bunch of like smaller tags. Yeah, EU5 kinda does have NPC tags. That is kinda true. Like, you can play as them. If you want to, you know, you could play as Wittgenstein. Sure. But, I don't think it's, like, super necessary for Wittgenstein to have fantastic content. Maybe if they rework Germany and it's like, well, Wittgenstein is part of the Rhine-Franconian culture group, or maybe you can like create a blend of like a new regional German culture in here or something. I don't know. Like maybe you can add mechanics eventually. My only real complaint is like if you're playing a really important historical country / circumstance and that just doesn't work at all. Or like maybe it does, but it's obtuse and it's kind of annoying. That's the other thing with the Manchu unification, because it does function, like it works. It's just not a lot of fun because you kind of just have to integrate a bunch of one province subjects over the next 100 years. I think also there's a bit of an issue with the fact that like they created this rework for Manchu, and then I think they created the minimum cost to integrate subjects. So like maybe it worked fine when they reworked it, and then later they decided actually every subject needs to have a base cost of 200 or something. So now it just takes a long time. How long will it take for EU5 to actually be playable in your opinion? Really depends on your working definition of playable. The game is playable in a sense right now. Like, we can't lose sight of the perspective of how the game was at launch and how it has actually tangibly improved over the past 9 actual months. So it's just like, it's a lot of little things that make it kind of annoying to play. And I'm kind of hoping by the 1-year anniversary, it's going to feel pretty smooth, pretty nice to play. I think one of the, like, maybe a few of the big things for me still are that, like, exploration and colonization are not very fun mechanics. And they don't really work the way that that they should yet, which they are changing. 2, countries don't really have long-term goals. It's still very sandboxy. You do have the situations, and that's cool, but they're introducing ambitions at some point, so that's nice. Again, trade companies, not sure how or if they work, but those getting sorted out would be nice. Figuring out a way to create a tangible difference by late game between countries that are in Europe and have global empires, and countries that are in Asia and are being the subjects of imperialism. Because I don't think that is a dynamic that works right now. Because I'm pretty sure in India, if you try to invade them as like Britain in 1810, I'm pretty sure they have like 73 trillion troops, and so it's just like not gonna work. Not really a big fan of any of those candidates, but it is what it is. Maybe I should have picked the second guy. Oh well. It would be funny to have you marry... Yeah, maybe? Do you have kids? No kids at the age of 57. Okay. No spouses, no kids by the age of 57? What have you been doing? For the past 30 years. Okay, anyway. We'll go ahead and... You know what? Yeah, Ulm, for the love of the game. For the love of Ulm. Oh yeah, my yearly 20% income tax. More taxes, let's go. Wow, 5% for 5 years is actually kind of crippling. Okay, maybe not crippling, I'm kind of overreacting a little bit, but it's not good. You know what I haven't been doing either, actually? I don't think I have been building libraries. Never mind, I lied. I have almost max libraries. What about these other institutions? Do I have universities? I do. I should build those. Never mind, I'm broke. And masonry's expensive. Why is masonry expensive? What do you think colonization exploration should look like? That is a great question. Thank you for asking. Been looking for an excuse to rant. Okay, so colonization, I'll keep the game running in the background, because we're not doing too much right now. Colonization and exploration should work kind of like this, okay? You have a general idea of where you want to explore. Hey guys, we wanna sail around the coast of Africa, okay? So, what we should do is we should have these sort of like expeditions. Alright, we want to sail around the coast of Africa. Let's see how far we can get. We send a guy to go figure out where things are. And he goes around and he gets as far as he can, and then he's like, I'm out of supplies, I have to go back. But in the meantime, like if he makes it back, I'm a little bit iffy on the whether or not they should be allowed to fail, but putting that aside for now. When he comes back, it should uncover the places that he went to. So it's not just like, spend 100 ducats and then wait for it to be done for one little area. It's like, he's just gonna go and map out a bunch of stuff and then come back. And then you send out another expedition. He's gonna go to like some place that you want him to go to. Generally speaking, uncover a bunch of stuff on the way and then come back. Kind of like how the EU4 system works, but instead of being regional, it's more like directional. So instead of being like, oh, I want you to explore the South Indian Ocean, it's like, how about you just explore west a little bit? And just, come back if you find something. Now, it gets a little complicated when we talk about, maybe, what if they just, like, don't come back? Like, what if you send someone out west, and they just get shipwrecked? Maybe in that case, maybe we shouldn't have that, because that just seems like an unfun system. Because some of the parts in Paradox games that are the least fun are the ones where it's like, okay, you have a 23% chance to do the thing that you just spent a bunch of money to do. So, I don't know, maybe increase the cost, but it also increases the amount explored. In particular when it comes to like land exploration, because if I have to play another game where I have to explore and discover all 50 American states, I think I am going to lose my mind. To individually explore each one of them. So, kind of throwing them into a direction and saying, here you go. Oh, also for colonies, as they expand towards like a certain direction, they should just kind of like naturally uncover some locations as they go. To sort of represent colonists and pioneers going in a certain direction looking for land, and then they, they stumble upon land that has not been colonized by Europeans, so they're like, look, this new territory that borders our existing settlements. We should map this out, That kind of thing. And then for colonization, that's when it's going to get a little more complicated. Basically, Treaty of Tordesillas, but on crack. So you're going to have countries saying, okay, we stake our claim in this area, this is ours now, don't colonize this, guys, please don't colonize this. And then of course you get to do it anyway, because like, who actually cares about those treaties? So you'll colonize it anyway, and then eventually you'll sort of draw yourself into conflict over colonization rights. So you kind of set up an area and you're like, okay, my colonists are going to start moving here and whatnot. But if you colonize this area that I've staked out, then we're going to get angry. It's going to get complicated between us. And then you can work out like colonial treaties for where you should be allowed to colonize and like what's considered a valid colonial area for you to settle. And it should also be, I think it should be a little more organic too, where it's like you have this charter or like this territory that you have claimed, but the actual colonization is less state directed and a lot more, you know, your peasants decide they want to leave. They decide they want to go set up a venture, or, you know, maybe you have religious minorities in your country and they decide to escape persecution by going to the New World. You know, that kind of thing. We definitely want that. That's a good thing to have. And we want this as well. So that we can do this. If they get shipwrecked, then they should colonize a nearby tile and become a subject when you reestablish contact if they haven't been conquered. Maybe. That might create too many tags, I don't know. I do want to have more stake in more trade areas, actually. So I might improve relations with Denmark. Maybe I'll improve relations with Novgorod to see if I can insert myself into the Baltic trade, too. Maybe Sweden as well. As long as colonization doesn't make too much border gore, I'm fine. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's this idea that you set up claims as colonial regions to discourage very weird, erroneous overlaps between competing colonizers. Something like the EU4 colonial system, but not really. Actually, yeah, that's a really good way of describing it. The EU4 colonial system does something kind of similar where, you know, you colonize a little bit of an area, so now it's your claim, so to speak. But the difference is that it's going to be more dynamic. More dynamic and also less hands-on for the player. Because colonizing in EU4 is also too, like, I don't know, too personal with the player. Too much interaction for the player. Because you're not really doing... Actually, is it too much interaction? Maybe not too much interaction, but the player interaction is very, shallow. It's literally just like you click the button to colonize a province, and then it's done, and then you have to click another button to colonize the next province. So, like, it's too much shallow interaction and not enough, like, depth in the interaction, I guess. Pope is in Avignon. Okay. That's what the schism is about? I know, but like, I don't know. I thought they would be in Rome still. I thought the capital would still be in Rome. But also, Rome has been taken by Naples. Also, I think that there should be issues for Naples for taking Rome. I think there should be more punishment. Capital always starts in Avignon, but you can sell it to someone and dodge the whole ordeal? Based. Oh yeah, a schism in the Catholic Church? What if we just don't? Speaking of Christianity, wouldn't it be really funny to go Hussite Genoa? I think it would be extra funny, specifically because we're gonna win as the Ghibellines, right? But Milan's probably not going to give us the title of the Kingdom of Italy. Mostly because we're not a kingdom. So we're probably we're gonna reject the power of the Emperor. Probably. But then also we could reject the power of the Pope by becoming Hussite. We could actually upset everybody. There should also be some sort of papal protector like Defender of the Faith, who gets bonuses but also guarantees Rome. Maybe. I mean, would that have an equivalent? Independence War imminent? Oh, shoot. Huh. Really didn't think you'd bring the Ottomans into this. All I ask is that you become Catholic and you're like, yep, time to side with the Ottomans. Well, that's not very nice. Okay, again, for some reason, we seem to be very focused on trying to improve all of this, instead of trying to improve the stuff back home that matters. And I'm not sure why. Declare on the Ottomans first. That's not gonna do the trick. I really wish I could become a kingdom. I just need more accepted cultures. Could I do that, please? I would like to have more accepted cultures. I'm kinda hoping that we can just convince Byzantium to give this up. After all, they do like me. They just don't like being Catholic. Why don't you like being Catholic? You supporting loyalists for them? I don't think so. I think I'm doing the opposite, actually. I think I'm rage baiting them by diverting their trade. But, yeah, we could do that. Ooh. Oh, you know what? This might have actually just saved us. Maybe. Maybe. It depends. This could be really funny. So, because the Republic of Lucca just popped out, your rebellious subjects also revolt at the same time. But I think if I siege down Lucca and I annex revolters, then Byzantion actually, they don't get to join another independence league. Because we will have a truce. Whoa, didn't expect you to be there. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so I just have to sit here and siege this. And then, in theory, we get Byzantion back too. Isn't it kind of strange that you can't convert your vassal's land like you could? I don't think it's that strange. I think it kind of depends on the situation. But I think conversion and especially assimilation did need to be toned down. It was pretty aggressive. Yeah, sure, why not? Isn't my Imperial Circle also really big? Yeah. That's not me though, eh? That's not the same circle, right? Right? No, okay. Oh yeah, maybe it's Volgast. Is it Lower Saxony? Yeah, okay. Okay. We can get one Rock of Monaco. And make the patricians really upset. I don't think it's that deep. It's a nice rock, yeah. Really nice rock. I don't think we're gonna take it though. I don't care that much. Which corporate would continue his Athens game? That Athens game was from 1.2, wasn't it? I don't know how much the game might be a little bit broken if I continue that one. Where do I even land here? Right here. Unless you'll let me just press this button. What do I need for that? Where's my Annex Revolters button? Okay, well usually there's a button that says Annex Revolters. And that tells you how much war score you need. Like this is not the one, by the way, that I'm referring to. This is a separate one that does not tell you how much you need. Not good news. Oh. Let me just save. Just in case. Okay, yeah, there you go. You will rage bait me no longer. Support loyalists. I'm still gonna rage bait you though, because I'm the overlord and I get to do that. Alright, let's get these ships back out there. Do need that maritime presence. Also, we could definitely push more towards naval. I think. But turn down my army maintenance. And then if I push towards naval. Yeah, we can get a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Having the hubris of owning an army and forts pushing land and defensive is pretty silly. Wait, does having forts push you into defensive? Well, I mean, having fort maintenance, that is pretty funny though. Why did they do that? Hello, Doge Corbett, are you having fun ruling my home city, or do I get another CB against Paradox? I'm actually having a pretty good time here. I do feel pretty strong playing as Genoa. Doing our silly little trade, making our silly little money. More money than Castile. What is Cholistan doing? Oh, you're in India. That makes sense. Yeah, of course you have money. And then France, just like average France campaign, to be honest. Weakest France. Also, I'm getting that really weird EU5 specific bug where for some reason the screen kinda, it's like a small flash to it. I don't know if it's because like it's a, I mean, it wouldn't be a VSync issue, but it is noticeable and it is annoying, and it only happens in EU5. So I'm gonna save the game and I'm gonna load it to see if it fixes it. Although I don't think it does. Based on how much of your fort capacity you have. I saw that it said I had less than half of my fort capacity used, but that gave me like no push in either direction, which is kind of weird. Okay, it really did not solve the problem. I think last time the way we solved this is that we had to close and then reopen the game. It seems like it's slightly diminished, so it's not as big of an issue as it was. Pretty sure it's not even visible on stream either, so it's literally a me problem. Which is annoying, because then you guys can't even see what I'm seeing. Anyway, did you just become Lombard? I think someone just became Lombard. Well, anyway. We have another parliament. We also have a CB against Milan. I don't know if we're gonna fight Milan. Maybe. Because we really don't have that much antagonism. And we're definitely gonna win the Guelphs and the Ghibellines anyway, even if we cannibalize our own faction. Not that that really matters, because I'm not gonna become the Kingdom of Italy. So I think I'm just going to invade these guys. I think I'm going to invade them, take their capital, and take their gold. Everything else is kind of, whatever. You can keep the rest. But they are a little bit strong. I'll hire a few more professional troops first. In fact, can I get the thing that I want? Nope. Okay. Do I have any laws to change? I don't think so. Yeah, that all looks fine. Okay, we'll do something for real then. Maybe I could conduct a census. Or trade the advantage for 10 years, although I don't think we need it. Burgers trade capacity? Eh. Could fight Byzantium again, maybe. But there's not much to actually take from them. Ottomans? Probably a bad idea. Become the Republic of Italy? That would be cool, but I don't think we're allowed to. I mean, like, eventually we can form Italy, sure. But I don't think we're going to be given the title by the Emperor. It's fine, we'll just do this. Do I not have the next level of actual troops here? I do not. Okay, we want to focus on men-at-arms, that's big. Recruitment law, can't believe I haven't picked that up yet. What else? I mean, there's all this down here too. Well, income from minting, sure. It's probably fine for now. Sweden now likes us. You know what you should do if you actually like me? You should let me build trade things. Right, it has to be 100. Besides, we need the money. Think you need to be a monarchy to get the kingdom title from the emperor? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's fine, though. We love disease, let's go! The Black Death wasn't enough. We need another round. Boy, I love smallpox. $352. Didn't think it was that expensive. But if you dissolve the HRE, that would be funny. It feels like it would be a sort of a late game endeavor, you know? I feel like EU5 is one of the few games, I'm not gonna say few, one of the Paradox games where you could actually kind of LARP it. If you wanted to, you could expand at like a reasonable historical rate. So if we wanted to, we could spend half the campaign taking over and forming Italy. And then we could decide, actually, what if we become revolutionary and then destroy the HRE? We could, if we wanted to. It'd probably get a little bit tedious after a while. Because eventually in the game, you just have infinite money. Unlimited money. But no money. I am slightly concerned about this war. But it should be fine. I think. Maybe. Well, maybe I build up a little bit of a treasury first. Maybe. Also, I'm definitely decreasing Diplo spending. Spending way too much on that. I don't care if they're upset. Okay, well, I care a little bit. In fact, I actually have no diplomats, so maybe I care a little more than that too. Maybe. Why don't I have like a royal garden or something? Do we not get the equivalent of a royal garden? Do I have to set up embassies? It's diplo capacity, not diplomats. Man. Do I not get monthly diplomats? No, I get nothing. If I were a monarchy, I could get the garden, so... that would be cool, but I guess I don't get to have that. Is it because I'm missing like a Republican Assembly thing somewhere? Also, I want that. I don't think so. Unless... ooh, monthly diplomats. Okay, maybe I do pick that up. I can probably fight this. Yeah, I can probably fight that. No, don't run. I need to fight you before you group up. No, please. It's cooked. Uh-oh. Ah, you're kidding me. Same day, but they get here slightly faster? Aw, man. Oh, don't stop moving. You need to help. We do have one artillery, but it's not that bad. Really need you to get here. Even though you can't even help that much. Okay, enemy flank gone. Perfect. Beautiful. Never doubted that war ever. Okay, so I kind of want to take that from you. I guess I should take this to be nice, so that you're not fractured. I'm actually doing you a favor by taking more territory. And then I think I'm gonna take Milan as well. Like the actual capital. Surely this will not make the entire HRE mad at me. Surely this will not make all of Italy mad at me. Surely. Surely. Okay, I think it's making them a little bit mad. The only reason I would take this is because there's a gold mine here too. So either I take Milan, the city, or I take the gold mine. Biggest issue I have with the EU5 is how much I hate how uneasy alliances are. Too much flip-flopping, especially with Castile if you try to play Portugal. Alliances are definitely a lot less solid in EU5. Much more easy to break. Especially from taking too much aggressive expansion. course. Of course, I couldn't just sit where I was, I had to wait. Of course. I mean, even just taking this is going to be really expensive. Probably shouldn't push my luck here. Oof. That's not going to be a fun time. Maybe what I need to do is go over to here and press this button. Makes it a little bit better. Keyword little. Okay, we'll do this, but afterwards we're just not going to expand for a while, I think. At least I'll get my gold mine. I can be happy with that. Making some genuinely good money. Ah, get it? Genuinely? Genuinely? Thank you, Mittens. For Nannibalism. Pun so bad? He's the old username. Alliances are more stable in EU5 if you don't have any subjects. I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I feel like they're generally always just like a little bit unstable, you know? Also don't need that. We will integrate this first. Because we do like having this up early. What do you mean we have actually no masonry? Huh? What is this demand? Why do we have so many granaries? Because I built granaries. Yep, that would do that. That would do it. Let's see here, actually. How much does one mason produce? You're producing like 3.7, but it's actually a lot more than you should be producing. So per level on average, it is 3. Okay. No, it's 0.5 per level, okay? And we're missing how much masonry? We are missing 10. So we need to build at least 20 more masons. Also, I think someone earlier asked if I had actually united Italy before, and I have. I would suggest going and watching my Florence campaign that I streamed. It is from 1.1, I think. And I formed Italy in 1442, I think. That was my Italy speedrunning campaign, and notably, I am not doing an Italy speedrunning campaign right now. Which is why we're kind of just having a chill time. I love disease. I love disease. Let's go. More disease, please. I need fewer pops. I need a labor shortage. I think we should produce no money and then all die. We already have enough prestige. We'll take the tradition. Now, Corbett just finished the Ching video. Really liked your comments about the time system thing in EU5. Ran into this a couple of times as a Byzantium because I accidentally turned a Beylik into a Pronoyar. Specifically which time system thing? First time anyone chooses army tradition over prestige. We just have a lot of prestige, I don't know. I mean, I guess it would help reduce antagonism, but it's not by very much. Oh, but this does less than I thought it did. Okay, never mind. Okay, for real this time, no more expansion. For real for sure this time, I promise. Hussite wars? Why does that make my estates upset? That is a lot of Hussites. Okay, good luck with that. Not really my problem. Having to run out the clock on situations when you, in theory, meet all the criteria to end it? Oh yeah, that is kind of annoying. Like, hear me out. You should maybe have the option, because sometimes there are some situations where you might want to play them out a little bit longer, and sometimes you don't. So have like an up to this many years. So that like it'll expire at some point, but if you fulfill the requirements, you could end it sooner. Yep, I love giving money to random city-states in Italy, let's go! Oh, that expired, oops. Let's turn that down. Maybe make the requirements more lax the longer the situation lasts, so it becomes easier to end if it goes on for a long time. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Have a button to explicitly end situations that will allow you to end them early or up to 5 years after the conclusion would normally be reached. Sort of like holding on to events in EU4. Yeah, I support having different kinds of requirements. Where it's like... Yeah, okay, it kind of combines both those ideas. Where you could end the situation earlier for more strict requirements. So it's like it's more difficult to achieve, but then you can end it earlier. So that I guess, yeah, that kind of is the same thing. You have like a default, and then you have like the faster option, and then the slower option. Looks like they're becoming very Catholic. Very nice. See, that wasn't so bad. And they're not even that mad at me. They're not very happy, but they're not that mad. I thought I was coring this. Oh, yeah, I was. Oops. Yeah, it's supposed to be your job. Wow, that is a really good event. If only I had it a little bit earlier. Oh, the bottom option is actually a lot better. 25 years of reduced antagonism instead. Because the top option, that's cool. But we do actually have some manpower now, so it's not as important. We'll take this. What do you think about 1.3 EU5? I think that it has significantly improved very specific places to play. So I think the HRE is improved. I do like the Imperial Circles, it's pretty cool. I do like that Italy has had its rework with its situations. I think they are improvements. A lot of content for Italy, so the Italy experience is dramatically better. Playing in the HRE is just kinda better. And then everything else is relatively unchanged. There's like a few things that make it not as tedious. A lot of bug fixes. Mostly just a lot of bug fixes. Apparently they're also regional Gemini's now or something. Maybe. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've played long enough to see them. Well, I did see them very briefly in my, that one campaign. The first Manchu attempt. We do have some decent proximity. I'm wondering if I should just annex my subject here. Because they do have a silver mine. And to be honest, their proximity to the silver mine is only going to be a little bit better than ours. I think you also need a dock and a coastal fort. One of these two. I mean, he's playing it true. Yeah, I think if it weren't playable, I don't think we'd be here right now. I don't know. Rotating emperorship. Allow self-voting? Sure, I don't know. Yeah, we have a lot of support, so we could probably do something here and then just get more support. Could ask for more taxes for fun. Don't really need any law changes. I don't think. Ooh, what if I get rid of censorship? That's a good one. Let's do that. No more censorship. For our recruitment laws, I think we're going to be looking at probably the noble army. Kind of depends on how many levies I get. What do I even get from the nobles? We get the world's smallest contingent of cavalry? Okay. I wish it would tell me though, hold on. Yeah, we really don't get that much from nobles. Since we have professional troops, that means we don't really need to rely on the nobility to provide high-quality troops. So we can probably just expand the levies. Yeah, because we don't really need condottieri contracts. Policy is unique to Genoa, though, that's cool. But I don't think we need it. Probably. think it's unique to Italian nations. That makes more sense. Renaissance Italy and the Mercenaries. Name a better combo. That gave me a slight heart attack, even though I'm playing EU5, not EU4. Welcome in everybody from Slavic's stream. Welcome in. We are playing some EU5, I suspect. Slavic was probably doing the same thing. Let me go ahead and do a little... Hopefully my command works today. There you go. We're playing as Genoa. I've actually been playing this campaign for, since the beginning of the 1.3 beta. So it's kind of been a long time. Yes, I've not gotten that far. Yes, I do play slowly, but we're doing kind of alright. With the main goal of this campaign is basically just make a lot of money and have fun. I've already done my speedrun Form Italy campaign as Florence, so we're not looking to just become Big Italy super early. We're just having some fun. What was Slavic playing in EU5? Which campaign? Yeah, the superb Republic of Genoa, of course. Unlike the sad, serene Republic of Venice. Muscovy, okay. Actually, haven't tried a Muscovy campaign yet. Closest I got was literally one stream as Kiev. And that was, I think, right after 1.2 released. Lithuania is still pagan? No. I think they have an event to convert to Catholicism. Oh yeah, time for my yearly payment. It kind of sucks that I do have to pay that every single time. Because if I say no, then 3 more people are going to ask. Also, I might press a few of these buttons, actually. I think I've garnered enough goodwill with most of the countries in Italy. And then, yeah, I'll pay you. France lost to Spain 2-0. It's cooked. Who's even left at this point, actually? FIFA teams. Who is left right now? The semi-finals are England versus Argentina tomorrow, and then we have the third place playoff, France versus to be determined. And then, okay, so Spain's gonna be in the final then. I I don't know if it would be funnier to have Spain versus England or Spain versus Argentina. I think it would have been peak cinema if we could have had England versus France. We actually we could still have England versus France, actually. Just not for first place. That would be cinema. England versus Argentina. Winner keeps the Falklands. You know what I forgot to do, actually? The reason you're so loyal is because I forgot to rage bait you. Here we go. Here's the rage bait button. Remember, chat, always rage bait your subjects. Where am I even getting all this wealth from? My city's actually that wealthy? Do I just not tax anybody? I feel like I'm doing a lot of taxing. Why is my wealth so high compared to my tax base? Oh, because, okay. Because like Lucca, for example, we have no control there. Pavia, we don't have that much control? Okay, never mind. England's playing Argentina tomorrow for the semifinals? Oh, right, yes, you're right. Still, winner keeps the Falklands. If Argentina wins, it'll be a huge scandal. I think at least one city is getting burnt down by the end of this World Cup at some point. I don't know which city. Actually, how's Paris looking? After losing to Spain. Wait a minute. Maybe they're burning right now. French love to burn down Paris just to celebrate. It's like a hobby of theirs. I remember seeing a meme that's like, no matter the outcome, you cannot be in Paris. No matter who wins. After any FIFA match, you just can't be there. Schrodinger's Paris. When Paris is burning, it's either they've won or they've lost, and it exists in a superposition until you confirm. I would actually like these local councils a little bit, maybe. Really expensive, though, eh? For 2.5% max control? I don't know. Get some more disease resistance. We need that. We could get an art school, too. Could also get some bureaucracy. What else do I even want here? Oh, right. Haven't actually upgraded my units yet. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna want, for sure... Okay, there's actually a lot that I want over here. But for now, we're gonna pick up... Oh, we got gunsmiths, because we can make some money off that. We want to upgrade our cavalry, for sure. And then... I don't really have too much money to keep expanding the army, but I guess we could get, like, one artillery... One of these. I don't think that this is actually a functioning mechanic right now. Can I build it in foreign locations? Yes. I just don't think it's going to work, because, like, we have some already in the Black Sea. Okay, it's a different thing, I guess. The problem is that it does not actually seem to do the thing that it says it will do. So I don't know if there's much to actually get out of that. Local council plus counting house in urbanized Italy is actually a pretty big crown power boost. That makes sense. It's just like 400 ducats. 400, I guess. We are playing a little bit tall. Maybe we can just have fun with it today. Also, I think I am going to annex this guy. It'll take 15 years anyway. And by the time we're done, we're probably going to be able to get a little bit more control. Basically, I think that they're mismanaging the silver, and I could do better. EU5 has its issues, but the tech tree is such a huge upgrade. Big agree. Between that and the development changes, that really scratched that particular brain itch I have for huge cities. I do like the way that building cities is a lot more... like, it takes time. You have to work hard at it. You have to build a bunch of buildings. It's not just, let me click 27 times and now I have a million people living in one place. As your maritime presence, it is just kind of okay. It does wrap around this area of the Mediterranean a little bit. Eventually I'm going to build a fleet that's going to help me get more trade advantage around here too. Although I think I have pretty much all that I need. Yeah, number one for trade advantage. And I am stealing their trade capacity. This does make me pretty happy that we're sort of exporting a whole bunch of saffron from these places. Because I'm pretty sure we're importing it from here. Let me double check that. What are we importing into Constantinople? Never mind, we are not importing much at all. Just massive exports from this market. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to see in action this idea of like, oh, they're importing stuff from the east and then that goes through these countries and then we import from them. To see that actual global like trade kind of happen. But I don't think we get to see that yet. Like, do we have pepper? Okay, you know what? We do have a little bit of pepper here. Pepper's only grown over here, so I guess the global markets are actually kind of working. That's nice to see. Now what to do with all this money? Coastal fort? That's a big thing. You'll just build up a whole bunch of coastal stuff. So, coastal forts, we'll just build them along here. Build some docks. Some harbors. We could use bridges too, actually. The 1400s is when the phenomenon historically started to die off because of the rise of the Ottomans and poor relations between Christians and Muslims. Yeah. That would be kind of a motivating factor to try and find another way to get to India. It's always an interesting alternate history debate. Where it's like, well, what if the Ottomans just didn't tax the trade routes as much? Like, what if trade actually just continued along this path just fine? And turns out, what if there's just no motivations to go west? What if the status quo that existed up until like the 1400s just continued? Looks like we can swap somebody out here. I need to stop making cabinet members into these prime ministers, because this guy, like, he might be part of the estate now, like the actual crown estate, but for a long time he wasn't, and that was kind of an issue. Anyway, we're gonna keep on stuffing the cabinet with crown members. I love nepotism. Not a big fan of the fact that Milan just allied Poland. That's not very cool. We're also fighting France. Yeah, good luck with that. I have no idea how stats are passed down in EU5, but I don't want to risk having... Like, I don't want to risk having my guy marry somebody who has terrible stats. I don't know if it does anything, actually. Only if you have a regency, but we're never going to have a regency. Maybe I should accept Lombard. Wait a minute, I already do. Why are you mad? Oh, conquered, right. Yeah, that does do that. More wars, more conquests. I don't know about that one. Maybe soon. Maybe Parma. Yeah, we could fight Parma. Well, only 54% proximity. I might need to stop allying Florence at some point. Because I kind of do want Pisa. But I have to replace them with somebody else. Maybe I fight Provence. Maybe I don't fight Provence. Never mind. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to break my alliance with Florence soon. Sorry, Florence. But for now, we're going to invade Parma. Well, I can make you angry first. Let's do that. I should still make some universities. It's always nice to have more. Another fun historical what-if about the Age of Exploration is what if Mansa Muhammad's expedition to explore the Atlantic had actually discovered Brazil? In which case the Mali Empire would have found South America at the end of the 1200s? It's an interesting one. I'm kind of familiar with that theory. There's also the theory that actually, because Mansa Muhammad is like the guy before... I'm trying to think of like two people. Because there's that guy who explored to the west. I think there was a second guy, wasn't there? Maybe that is just the one guy. Mansa Musa. I mean, Musa's the really rich guy, right? And he's one of the reasons we even know about this story of, like, that previous Mansa. Because the previous Mansa, I don't know, may or may not have existed. I don't know what the historical evidence is for, like, that exact guy doing that exact thing. But as far as we're aware, Mansa Musa was, like, in Egypt when he was on his Hajj. And while he was in Egypt, he was telling this big story about, like, this one Mansa that just sailed west and then they couldn't find him anymore, like he's just gone. And so there's a theory like, oh, maybe he actually made it. But I guess we'll never know because we don't have evidence for it. previous Mansur was Mansur Muhammad? Oh, maybe I'm getting my timelines wrong. I thought it was like at least a few in between. Didn't know he was the previous guy. I think I'll take this. Surely nobody's going to mind if I take this. It's just a little, not even a town, not even a city. Just one little location. How bad could that possibly be? Honestly, the Age of Discovery was a very specific period of both national reason to want to explore, as well as the technology to both explore and exploit the new territories being lined up. I'm thinking, is that like a chicken and egg situation where the naval technology was produced first? It must have been, right? Like new designs and shipbuilding allowed exploration to be possible. And then later on there was like the desire to actually do it. I guess there was like a little bit of exploration fervor, I think, that came out of Portugal and Castile in particular, because I think Portugal ended up discovering the existence of the Azores in the mid to late 14th century, I think, with Henry. No, that's not Henry the Navigator, is it? That guy was later, I think. Maybe it was him. I don't quite remember. But the guy who discovered the Azores was sort of like, kind of like a proof of concept. Like, guess what? There actually is more land out there. Isn't that crazy? What do you know, guys? There's actually more to the west. It's not much, but it exists. And then same thing with Madeira and then the Canary Islands. Like, slowly but surely, they're like, hold on a second. There's more here than we thought. So maybe that was part of it too, like the fact that they did have somewhat recent discoveries. And the naval technology to keep looking. And the motivation to decide, wait a minute, what if we don't want to pay taxes to the Sultan in the Ottoman Empire? So it was a very specific set of circumstances. Although I figure at some point, like eventually, even if it took a long time, I feel like eventually there was going to be contact between the Americas and some part of either Europe, Africa, or Asia. Mostly because, I mean, there already was some contact, right? Like the Vikings did arrive in Vinland. Or, you know, like, they at least got to Newfoundland. And then I think there is some think there's some genetic evidence suggesting a connection between South America and the Polynesians, maybe? So it definitely would have happened at some point. It just so happened to align kind of perfectly with the motivations and the technology and all that stuff. An extra 100 or so years might have made a huge difference in the level of technology of the native groups. Maybe. Technology, that's a little more of an arguable one. But certainly the centralization of, or like the political state of affairs in the New World would have been probably quite different. Because one of the things that's really interesting is just how young the Aztec Empire was when the Spanish actually showed up. Because they hadn't really been there for too long. So we don't really know what the state of affairs would have looked like if the hegemonic position that the Aztecs were in at that point, what it would have looked like if they were given another 100 years. Would they have centralized more? Would they have dissolved and then a new empire taken their place? Would they have become sort of like a Rome of their period? Like maybe they settle into something very stable, and even if they have civil wars, they kind of like glue themselves back together like Rome, and they just hold their position for a long time because they just make a stable form of government. That is one of those things that kind of interests me when you learn more about the like the history of the political and like expansion of the Aztecs, is that it feels a lot kind of like early Rome. There are a lot of parallels between the two. Except, of course, not having the Republican form of government. But otherwise, the kind of thing about, like, making alliances and tributaries, and then, like, kind of integrating them more over time, asserting more control over these regional allies. Also, we have no food. That is not good. Well, we really haven't made any progress yet, so I'm just gonna do this. Go get some food first. political issues being smoother would have severely impacted Spain's ability to win on its own. Yes, but like to be more specific, if the type of governance that the Aztecs had adopted was less oppressive towards its subjects, which it didn't really have a reason to adopt. Like, they were so dominant that they could be cruel to their subjects, and boy, were they cruel. And that bred a lot of resentment in their tributary network. So everybody was very happy and ready to demolish the Aztec Empire when the conquistadors arrived. So if they didn't piss off everybody so badly, then things probably would have went different. Because instead of the conquistadors having a lot of friends that were very happy to watch Tenochtitlan burn, then maybe they would have encountered more enemies that were very loyal to the seat of power in Tenochtitlan. And so things definitely could have gone differently there. Why is my bank unhappy? What? How do you even have liberty desire? Why are you sowing disloyalty? You're a bank. You exist to hand out bonds, and that's it. Please let me siege this. I need to siege it so that we can relieve the starvation here, please. Please let me siege. I have no food. Please. Please. There we go. I don't even know if I want to take this stuff. At most I would turn them into a vassal, but even then, that's kinda risky. Kinda risky. Have a supply train? Too lazy for that. How bad is this? Apocalyptic? Okay, let's not do that. That is already pretty bad. Okay, I'm not going to take anything from this guy. Yep, it's not great, but it should be fine. There we go. Yeah, how's the maritime presence looking? That's pretty good, actually. Okay, I think since most of these locations now have all the buildings that they need, like they have the coastal forts, they have the wharfs, they have the docks, they have the protected harbors, etc., etc., I think we could probably expand what these ships are allowed to do. So you may begin protecting my interest in other places. Coalition can't hurt you if you have a peace with if you have a peace treaty with all of them. Yeah, I mean they're not going to do anything right now because I'm not pushing it too bad. I'm really going to push it when I decide to take Pisa from Florence. But that's not going to happen yet. Actually, who would ally me? Wow. Amazing candidates. Okay. What about you? You would, but you can't, and I don't know why, but okay. What about you? They actually kinda like me. Hey France, do you want to be best friends? I think we should be best friends. Also, they have a navy. They kind of have a navy. Heavy ships. In the Mediterranean? In 1.3? Clearly, somebody didn't get the update memo. You gotta go bring your heavy ships back to the Atlantic. We use galleys up in here. Unless Pisa's a noted source of precious metals, in which case fire away. What do they have here in Pisa? Silk? Not quite a precious metal. Lead? That's got to be close enough. We should take that. Salt? I hear sodium's a metal. That's close enough. This seems like an enormous waste of money, but I love wasting money. Oh, France at war with the Holy Roman Emperor. Fork found in the kitchen. Shocking news. Actually, I'm a little bit concerned about allying France. I've just realized if they're willing to ally me, it's because they're down bad right now, and they need any of the help that they could possibly get. That is a lot. Or rather, it's the opposite of a lot of levies. It's not very many at all. It's kind of concerning. 100 Years' War, not done yet. It does seem a lot more even now, which is nice because ending the 100 Years' War too early would also kind of suck. I do like that they kind of fight it out for a bit. Want to ally you because they have interests in Italy? What does France think of me? They are expansionist and they're domineering towards me. I think they view us as relatively insignificant and as a useful pawn for them to use. Probably against Provence. Or against Milan. Maybe we just have similar goals because they also don't like Milan, and we've been invading them. Speaking of which, keep doing that. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a little revolt here, which includes you for some reason. A plus volume on your game clicky sounds. Give me a couple of moments of ASMR tingles there. Sorry, are they actually loud? Or maybe my voice is just quiet. I had that happen like a week ago, where for some reason my microphone just got really quiet. But it looks good to me right now. No, they're just perfectly calming. Well, that's good. Actually, you know what I should do? I should probably wrap up the stream pretty soon. It is 6 p.m. for me. And I have to do D&D prep tonight for tomorrow's session. Had a pretty interesting session last time. One of my players wanted to swap characters. They wanted to make a new character. So I had the pleasure of killing off a player character last session. That was fun. DM's first character kill. Although I guess because it wasn't in the moment, and it was kind of premeditated because they want to play a new character, it doesn't hit the same, you know? No D&D streams? No, sorry. Whoa. Somebody really wants independence. It cannot be this serious. Hungary and Lithuania are demanding the independence of a tiny few locations in Silesia. Have fun with that. But it is none of my business. Before I forget, actually, I should actually get rid of that alliance that I have with Florence. Because I do plan to attack them, unfortunately. Sorry, Florence. Ooh, it would be so cursed. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't, but it would be really funny. Could also ally the Pope. You're not getting invaded by France, are you? We kind of solved that, that schism, right? Are we good now? Pope stays in Avignon. I guess that's the outcome. Sure, we can be friends. Unless France hates you. I didn't think about that. I think it's probably fine. Maybe not. Oops. Well, that's okay. Yeah, unfortunately, no D&D streams. I say unfortunately. Unfortunately for you. I just don't think my friends would be comfortable doing D&D streams. I also suck at DMing, so there's that too. But I have considered at some point in the far-off, very distant future, it would be interesting to run a virtual D&D campaign as like a series of streams. I think that would be an interesting thing to do. like a shittier Critical Role. Critical Role, if it wasn't nearly as good and was run by somebody who hasn't even finished DMing a single campaign. What's up with the title? Why no money? No money because I spend it all. So infinite money, income, right? But no money, because look, we have no money. So infinite money, unlimited money, but no money. How much longer are you streaming today? The next 2 minutes, because we actually are going to put a pause into today's stream. For the aforementioned reasons. But don't worry, because I will be back on Thursday with another stream. We're going to continue the Sangji run. Although I guess we're not really called that anymore in EU4, in Anbanar. We're playing as, what's it called? Like the Gozenraj, I think? I think that's what we're called now. Really don't like the map color. Might still change that. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and continue that campaign on Thursday. I just got here. Sorry. My apologies. I've been streaming for 4 hours. You'll have a full VOD to watch. You can even watch it on ×2 speed. But yeah, we are going to put a pause in for today. Don't worry. If Anbanar is your thing, then I'll be back on Thursday. And then I'll be back on Friday with this campaign too. And then I'll even be back on Saturday. We're going to have 3 days of streaming back to back. Unheard of. Although Saturday is going to be an interesting one because it's RimWorld. I have not really ever played RimWorld, so that'll be a fun one. I did start a campaign like 2 days ago. It's not going well, as you would expect, because it is RimWorld. And I am bad at it. Also, is anybody streaming right now to raid 2? Can I pass this on? I do not think so. At least nobody that I know. Okay, yeah. No raid for today then. Alright. So I will see you guys. I'll see you guys in 2 days then. How many people have you eaten in RimWorld so far? 0. Trying to play is like being nice and not too evil, and then we're probably gonna lose because I'm trying not to be evil. We're trying to have some morals. At least while we can still afford them. After that, it gets complicated. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Thursday, okay? I'm getting stun locked. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll see you then, I suppose. Really no announcements, because we already had today's video. So, that's that. Good night, and bye bit.